early on. Your leader is still your pole sitter, Josh Penn, with the 4 of Colton Oldray in third. So great start by those two outside lane starters, being able to jump in line in second and third position. Battle for a second, heating up. There goes the 4 machine. Colton Oldray going to look low down the front stretch, but not going to stick. The 3 of Tay goes around out of turn number 4, brings out the first yellow here in light 160. Josh Penn leads us back into turn number 3. We have resumed under the green flag. Penn still your leader, but a battle for the transfer spot. The 5 of Leland Spencer is around. Green back out in the air for your leader, Josh Penn. Skylar Bohard still runs in second. Colton Oldray in third. Fourth and final transfer spot after that last incident now belongs to the 3 of Tay. But there goes Leland Spencer. Leland Spencer tried to look low down the front straightaway. Couldn't make the move. Lost a good bit of momentum. That opened up the door for Jacob Bonafield. Around is Tay out of 2. We resume under green flag conditions. Your 4th and final transfer spot now belongs to the 5 machine of Leland Spencer. Tay on the outside looking in 5th. Jacob Bonafield in 6th. That is the battle to continue on in the day here in light 160. Up front, battle for the lead is heating up. Josh Penn has Skylar Bohard and Colton Oldray glued to his back bumper. Your 3 leaders started to break away from the rest of the pack. There goes Oldray. Oldray going to move himself up into second. So Penn still the leader. Oldray second. Bohard runs in third. Oldray took a peek underneath Josh Penn down the back straightaway, couldn't get there, decided to stay in position for now. There he goes down the back straightaway, makes the move. Oldray is your new leader. Bohart able to follow him through up into second. Josh Penn has led this one all the way through, has fallen back to third. For the final transfer spot, that currently is held by the 6 machine of Jacob Bonifield. Bonifield looking to move up into that insurance position in third, gets off the bubble. Penn now on the final transfer spot with 2 laps left to run. Colton Oldray leads the field out of turn number 4, picks up the win. Skylar Bohart, Jacob Bonifield, and Josh Penn will follow through for the transfer spots. We are underway here in our junior Honda D-Main. We got a car upside down. Crew Greenfield goes for a ride down the backstretch. Red is out. One to green displayed after the incident on the start. No restart there. However, we were not nose to tail throughout the field. Here's how we'll line them up on the restart. Clive Baker, your pole sitter, is still your leader. Hunter Morante runs in second. Rylan Hessen runs in third. Running in fourth is Grayson Foster. On the outside looking in early on, Dax Terrell and Brexton Sullivan, fifth and sixth. We will go green. Clive Baker, your leader early on. Hunter Morente runs in second. Those top two drivers have broken away from the rest of the pack. It's Rylan Hessen in third, Dax Terrell in fourth. Dax Terrell looking to make the move off of that bubble spot in fourth. Clears by the 5 of Rylan Hessen. So Terrell now runs in third. Hessen on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot. Your leaders will now start to work their way through lap traffic. That's going to open up the door for Hunter Morente. Morente makes the move. He is your new leader, Hunter Morente. We have a car around down the backstretch to bring out the yellow. That is the 9, a Crew Greenfield, who goes for the slow spin down the back. Contact in the battle for the transfer spots. Dak Terrell and Clive Baker come together. They were running second and third. Racing resumes here. Junior Honda D Main. Battle for the transfer positions has changed a little bit. Running in second now is the 5 of Rylan Hessen. In third is the 8 of Brexton Sullivan. Grayson Foster runs on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot with Crew Greenfield in fifth. But he's going to move on up to fourth. Greenfield now sits in that final transfer position. Your leader, Hunter Morente, has pulled away in that blue number 2 car from second place. That's Brexton Sullivan. Third is Grayson Foster. On the bubble in fourth is Crew Greenfield. Greenfield going to look to move by Foster. That opens up the door for Dax Terrell. Terrell now sits in the final transfer position. Laps winding down. White flag will wave here. Brexton Sullivan's going to have a shot at the win. Looks low down the front stretch and clears by Morante. Give the win to Sullivan. Morante will take second with Greenfield and Terrell rounding out your transfers. Green flag in the air, senior Honda D main event. Early on, Weston Cudner is your leader, but we have a couple cars tangled together down the back straightaway. That is the 6 of Akeem Collins and the 8 of Tay that get stuck together and come to a stop. Won the green here in our senior Honda D-Main, Weston Cudner, Jacob Bonafield, Leland Spencer, and Lathan Blanton. That is going to be your top 4 on the restart, but we're going to have an early yellow flag. That is going to be a restart line violation on the 9 machine of Xander Whaley. All drivers must stay single file, nose to tail above that orange stripe on the front straightaway there. The 9 of Whaley was side by side with the car in front of him as he crossed the stripe. As a result, that will be a 2-position penalty for Whaley, and then we will line up and restart. Cudner leads the field back into turn number 3. We will try the restart over again. And on the restart, we have Calhoun Lazor goes around as we were coming around to make the first lap. Lazor all by himself goes around out of 5th to bring out yet another yellow here in senior Honda. One to green on track once more. Your 4 transfer drivers are your top 4 starters. So Cudner, Bonafield, Spencer, and Blanton. On the outside looking in, Josh Penn and Vivian Wilhite. Green flag is in the air once more. Top 5 drivers have broken away early on this one. Battle for 6th, the 9 is Xander Whaley, clears by Wilhite. And we have a car around that is the 5 of Calhoun Lazor, around out of turn number 4. Your top 4 starters still command your transfer positions as we retake 1 to green. Cudner, Bonafield, Spencer, and Blanton. Several cars come together yet again. That is 3 machines that are stacked up out of turn number 2. The 9 of Cudner, the 8 of Tate, and the 5 of Lazor come together this time. Weston Cudner leads the field back to green As always in the lower mains, the main battle is for the transfer spot. There goes the 0 of Josh Penn. Tried to make the move under Lathan Blanton for that fourth and final position in the C main later today. They made contact. Always hate to see that. Two drivers battling for a transfer position that come together. Yellow is back out. Battle for that transfer spot has evolved. It's now the 7 machine of Liam McComb who holds on to the final transfer position. Those 4 transfer drivers have broken away from the rest of the pack. It's about a 10 to 12 car length advantage at least. Just continuing to build that gap almost up to a whole straightaway now for the top 4. Weston Cudner, your leader in the 1 machine, beginning to work his way through lap traffic, has put both Josh Penn and Vivian Wilhite 1 lap down. Contact between the 5 of Charlie Zazor, the 4 of Lathan Blanton out of turn number 4 brings out the yellow flag. And that'll be it for the senior Honda D main. Cookout flag is in the air, indicating that this race has hit its time limit. We are now on to Junior Animal. 6 cars will contest our Junior Animal D main. Top 4 will move on to the C's later today. Griggs Gonzalez will be your pole sitter here in Junior Animal D main. Austin Geitenauer will start in 2nd. Weston Hickman in 3rd. Easton Turner starts in 4th. Aubrey Warner in 5th. And Justin Robles in 6th. Gonzalez and Geitenauer lead the field into turn number 3. We go green. And your leader, Griggs Gonzalez, goes around all by himself up front. Yellow flag, red flag is out. Green flag racing resumes here in Junior Animal. Weston Hickman is your leader, followed by Easton Turner running in second. Justin Robles running in third. Aubrey Warner on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot, but Warner does have a little bit of pressure from Griggs Gonzalez, who is going to clear into fourth down the backstretch there. So Gonzalez, now your final transfer driver. Back into turn number 3 we go to resume racing here. Yellow flag for a line violation there. Will be on the 5 of Aubrey Warner. Weston Hickman leads the field back around to resume under the green flag. Justin Robles still runs in second. Third is Easton Turner. Fourth, Austin Geitenauer. Geitenauer able to get by Turner, but way high down the backstretch. That's going to open the door back up as the two leaders come together. That's the 6 of Robles and the 3 of Hickman that come together to bring out another yellow. After the contact between the leaders brought out that last yellow, Easton Turner will be your leader on the restart. Turner is followed by Austin Geitenauer, Griggs Gonzalez, and then Weston Hickman in the 3 machine. Currently runs on your 4th and final transfer spot. Hickman looking to move up, buys the insurance spot up into 3rd. Griggs Gonzalez falls all the way out of the transfer positions back to 6th. Up front, it is still Turner. Turner followed by Geitenauer, followed by Robles, followed by Hickman. Those are your 4 transfers. White flag in the air. Justin Robles makes the move up front. He will pick up the checkered flag, give the win to Robles. 2nd is going to go to Hickman. 3rd to Turner, and 4th to Geitenauer. Final D main of the weekend on track now. Light 160 D main. Daniel Gadosi is your pole sitter. Vivian Wilhite will start in second. Braden Eichler in third. GW Glass fourth. Jake Mullen, Alyssa Wilhite, Colton Oldre, Skylar Bohard, Jacob Bonafield, and Josh Penn is how we round out the rest of the field. Into turn number 3, we will not get a start there. Not side by side until we got to that cone in turn 3. So we will call that attempt off and try it over once more. Warning given to the one of Daniel Gadosi for a jump start. This time looks a lot cleaner into turn number 3. We will go green. Great move by the 4 of GW Glass. A 3-wide move. Shot up the middle and jumped into the inside lane. He runs third early in this one. Gadosi, your pole sitter, is your leader. Braden Eichler all over his back bumper. But the 4 of GW Glass, I believe, threw a chain down the back straightaway. Comes to a stop. Yellow is out. Green flag racing will resume. Daniel Gadosi, your pole sitter, still holds on to the lead, but Braden Eichler is all over the back bumper. Contact further back in the pack. The 2 Machina, Vivian Wilhite, is around. The 6 Machina of Alyssa Wilhite also involved and comes to a stop. Daniel Gadosi leads the field back to green on another restart. Braden Eichler, Jake Mullen, and Colton Oldre are your top 4 drivers that sit in the early transfer positions. On the outside looking in, the 9 of Jacob Bonafield, followed by the 8 of Skylar Bohard in 5th and 6th. Up front, Eichler continuing to try and peek underneath the 1 Machina. Gadosi hasn't been able to make the move quite yet. Top 2 drivers have about a 4 or 5 car length advantage from 3rd and 4th. And yellow is out once again. The 2, that's Vivian Wilhite, goes around out of turn number 4. Gadosi, Eichler, Mullen, and Oldre still your top 3, but we're going to go yellow for a restart violation. I believe that was the 2 machine of Vivian Wilhite who picked up the restart line violation. So Wilhite will pick up a strike for that restart violation. We line them up, try it again. Green flag back out. Daniel Gadosi and Braden Eichler up front have stepped away from the rest of the pack. Eichler is glued to that back bumper, looking to make the move now down the back straightaway. Clears Gadosi. Give the lead to the North Carolina driver, Braden Eichler. Gadosi falls back to second. Mullen still runs in third. Oldre in fourth. But we have a car slow down the front straightaway. GW Glass had issues with the chain earlier in this one. Maybe a reoccurrence of that. Looks like it is some sort of issue. The 4 Glass into the hot chute. Braden Eichler leads the field to the restart. Daniel Gadosi restarts in second, followed by Jake Mullen and Colton Oldre. Those are your top 4, the transfer spots. Oldre in that 4th and final transfer spot. The bubble position has about a 5 or 6 car length advantage, but Oldre going to look to move into an insurance position up in third. Clears by the 5 of Jake Mullen. Mullen slow down the back straightaway. That brings the 8 of Skylar Bohard into play. Bohard low down the back straightaway. Clears by Mullen. Bohard now in that final transfer spot in 4th in the 8 machine. Jake Mullen not going quietly, still all over the back bumper of Skylar Bohard as Bohard begins to work his way through lap traffic. White flag will come out next time by. White flag as Eichler crosses the stripe here. Bohard, I believe, will be able to hold on to 4th as the checkered flag will wave. Give the win to Eichler. Gadosi takes 2nd. Oldre takes 3rd. And Bohard rounds out the transfer positions in 4th.
All right, 4 car. 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 4
6 laps left to run here in Junior Honda. This is our first C main of the weekend. The lineup is sorted 1 to green. There is 6 racing laps left to run. The battle for the transfer spot running in third is Greg Gonzalez on the bubble. Fourth and final transfer spot will be the 5 of Abel McKnight. Dax Terrell and Easton Turner on the outside looking in 5th and 6th. Will not get a good attempt at that restart there. Gonzalez turned around before we get to the green flag. We'll line him back up in third, try it over, and warn the field for excessive pushing, which resulted in that last yellow. One to green, 6 laps left to race. Whole field being displayed a warning for excessive pushing. Into turn number 3, we are back under green conditions. It is Gonzalez, McKnight, Terrell, and Turner. Your drivers 3rd through 6th. There goes Terrell. Terrell going to clear by Abel McKnight down the front straightaway. Moves into that final transfer spot. Green flag will wave as we cross the stripe here. That indicates 2 laps left to run. Battle is going to be for that 4th and final transfer spot. Dax Terrell has it. It's only about a half a car length back to Abel McKnight. I don't think McKnight can get there, though. Give the win to Schaefer. 2nd goes to Bertrand. 3rd to Gonzalez. And Dax Terrell will hold on to take that 4th and final transfer spot. Up next, as we continue through our C mains, we have moved on to Senior Honda C main. Here's how we will stack them up. Henry Albright is your pole sitter. Elijah Kozak will start in second. Elliot Troiano in third. Taylor Hennigan starts in fourth. Lucas Stiles in fifth. Rue Reeves in sixth. Weston Cudner in seventh. Jacob Bonafield in eighth. And Leland Spencer in ninth, with Liam McKelm starting in 10th. One to green as we cross the stripe here. Albright and Kozak into turn number 3. We will go green. Inside line, able to keep it together thus far. Rue Reeves jumps in line from 6. It's 3 wide into turn number 3 and 4. We're able to make it work. No, we're not. The 2 of Elijah Kozak comes to a stop on the opening lap. We have an early yellow. One to green once more in Senior Honda. Henry Albright, your pole sitter, retains the lead with Elliot Troiano in second. Battle for the 5th place position. Weston Cudner makes a move on Rue Reeves. The North Carolina driver falls back to 6, make that 7th, as the 8 of Bonafield able to clear by as well. Back up to the battle for the transfer spot. Cudner looks for another position, and he gets it. Cudner clears by Lucas Stiles. Weston Cudner now on the bubble in the 4th and final transfer spot, as we have a car up in the outside wall. That is Liam McKelm and Leland Spencer that come together hard into the outside wall down the backstretch. Work laps currently being given in all-national competition on the NASCAR Youth Series presented by Cookout. Drivers that have legitimate damage from an incident on track receive 3 work laps her caution flag period to attempt to make repairs. That's what the 6 machine of Rue Reeves was looking to do. So Reeves able to leave the pit lane, jump back in line. Here's your top 4. It is still Albright, followed by Troiano, followed by Hennian. Weston Cudner tried to look low underneath Taylor Hennian on the restart, though. Cudner and Hennian come together, and Hennian is the victim of that. Comes to a stop high atop turn number 4. Both drivers were in transfer spots, and 3rd and 4th come together both. Both drivers will fall to the tail as a result of that contact. The 7 of Cudner picks up the strike. So that will promote the 5 machine of Lucas Stiles up into 3rd. The 8 machine of Jacob Bonafield up into the bubble spot in the 4th and final transfer spot. One work lap remains in the Hoosier Hot Chute. Battle for the transfer spots. Running in 3rd, that's the 5 of Lucas Stiles. He is followed by Jacob Bonafield in 4th. Rue Reeves has worked his way to the outside looking in 5th. And then 2 spots on the outside looking in 6th is the 0 of Liam McCelm. Henry Albright leads the field back around out of turn number 3. Racing will resume. Immediately a move made for that bubble spot. The 2 machine of Elijah Kozak cleared by the 8 of Jacob Bonafield. Kozak now sits on the bubble. Rue Reeves looking to continue to work his way back up through the pack. Reeves moves up into 5th, is cleared by the 8 now of Bonafield. Up front, Henry Albright and Elliot Troiano. They still run nose to tail, but they have checked out from the rest of the pack. Troiano wants that inside starting spot in the B main. Makes the move down the back straightaway. Troiano, your new leader. Albright hitting the crossover move. Meanwhile, farther behind, Rue Reeves makes the move for the bubble spot in 4th. Taylor Hennian, after being involved in an incident early on, has made massive progress back through the field as well. Hennian now runs in 5th, but makes contact with the 5 machine of Lucas Stiles. Stiles on his lid, red is out. 1 to green. Henry Albright is your leader still. Elliot Troiano runs in second. Rue Reeves in third. Elijah Kozak is now that bubble driver in fourth. Weston Cudner has started to work his way back up through the pack and into a transfer spot after the contact with Hennian early on, but we will have a yellow. 2 cars tangle it up again. The 9 of Spencer, the 0 of McCelm come together for the yellow. Henry Albright leads the field back around to take the green. Albright is followed by the 3 of Elliot Troiano, the 6 of Rue Reeves. Weston Cudner had made the move on Elijah Kozak before that last yellow. Once again makes the move and once again will not be able to stick because of a yellow, the 5 of Lucas Stiles.
to
11 laps left to run for your leader, Henry Albright. We stack him up on the restart, pushing and shoving through the field on the restart. Leads to several cars coming together. Green flag back out in the air, 11 laps left to run. Weston Cudner has had to make the move for fourth several times because the lap hasn't been completed. There he goes again, the move for fourth underneath Kozak. Gets the job done. Weston Cudner now on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot, but Cudner has Taylor Hennian all over the back bumper. That is your battle for the transfer positions with laps quickly winding down. Top three run nose to tail. It's Albright, Troiano, and Reeves. Several car lengths back to the battle for the final transfer position, fourth and fifth. Cudner has it with Hennian on the back bumper. Green flag will fly as we cross the stripe here, indicating 2 laps left to run. Elliot Troiano going to make the move for the lead. Rue Reeves going to follow. Troiano, your new leader. Reeves runs second. Albright hits the crossover for second. Reeves runs it back, but give the win to Troiano. Reeves will take second. Albright will take third. And Cudner will hold on to that fourth and final transfer spot. On track now is our Light World Formula C main, joining us in the booth for the next couple of races to announce. Starting with our Light World Formula C main is NASCAR U Series presented by Cookout driver Keenan Brown. Keenan, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Sam. We're going to get into our Light World Formula C main, 1 to green now. GW Glass is going to lead our field 2 green. Second is going to be Jake Mullen. Third, Taylor Hennigan. Fourth, Edison Carter. Fifth, Lucas Stiles. Sixth, Trek Hazelwood. Seventh, Drew Reeves. Eighth, Logan Seabold. And ninth, Elliot Troiano. Green flag is out. GW Glass leading. Taylor Hennigan in second, Drew Reeves third. And we got contact. The 4 of Edison Carter goes around, coming out of 2. And Lucas is stopped on the back straightaway. The 9 and the 7 of Drew Reeves and Elliot Troiano came all the way from 7th and 9th, all the way to 3rd and 4th. One, 2 green displayed now. GW Glass, Taylor Hennigan, Drew Reeves, and Little E, Elliot Troiano down the back straightaway. Green flag is in the air. Oh, we got huge contact, but they keep on going. No, yellow flag is out. Drew Reeves stopped on the front straightaway. The 1 to green is displayed now. GW Glass, Taylor Hennigan, Drew Reeves, and Little E, Elliot Troiano, your top 4. Green flag is back out for GW Glass. Contact, the 2 and the 6 get together, and the 2 of Jake Mullen is going to be stopped on the back straightaway. The 2 of Jake Mullen and the 6 of Trig Hazelwood got together coming out of turn 2. And the 2 of Jake Mullen is stopped on the back straightaway. One, 2 green is displayed again. GW Glass is going to lead our field to green once again. Green flag is in the air for GW Glass. Yellow flag is back out for a line violation on the 2. We got 2 around into 3. The 6 of Trig Hazelwood and the 5 of Lucas Stiles made contact under yellow, and they are around. They're going to get them back rolling, and we were going to re-rack them and go green again. 1 car of GW Glass has led for the couple laps that we have been able to run. Taylor Henyon has been in second, Rue Reeves third, and Little E. Elliott Troiano in fourth. The 4 car of Edison Carter is going to try to battle to get in that 4th and final transfer spot. 1-2 green is displayed for GW Glass. Down the back straightaway. Green flag is back out. Taylor Henyon to the bottom of GW Glass. They make a little bit of contact. GW Glass keeps it now. Taylor Henyon is around out of 4. Elliott Troiano gets into Taylor Henyon. Hard hit there. Taylor Henyon went around coming out of 4. Elliott Troiano had nowhere to go there. Neither one is going to have to come into the Hoosier Hot Chute to get worked on. They're going to both get their spots back, and we're going to try this restart once more. The 9 and the 3 are going to go to the tail end from that restart. So that gives Edison Carter to the 3rd place position and the 8 of Logan Seabolt to come up into that 4th and final transfer position. 1-2 green. Down the back straightaway, GW Glass. Green flag is in the air. The 5 of Lucas Tye. Oh, and we got hard contact coming out of turn 4. That is Taylor Henyon with the hard contact with the 8 car. Nobody is going to have to pull it into the Hoosier Hot Chute to get worked on. The 8 car went around coming out of turn 4, and Taylor Henyon had nowhere to go right there. That's going to give Trig Hazelwood the chance to get in that 4th and final transfer spot. The 2 of Jake Mullen is now in that 5th place position, the X car position for the B main. Green flag is back out for GW Glass. Rue Reeves going to make the move, but he gets loose coming off of turn 2. He cannot make the move there. There goes the 3 of Taylor Henyon to the bottom of Jake Mullen. Now Taylor Henyon is going to be in that. There goes Edison Carter to the bottom of GW Glass. Now Rue Reeves, your leader. Edison Carter 2nd, GW Glass 3rd. Trig Hazelwood in your 4th and final transfer spot. The 8 of Logan Seabolt. Now Taylor Henyon gonna cross him over there, battling it out for that 5th place position. Rue Reeves has got about a half a straightaway lead on Edison Carter now. Your top 2 is broke away from 3rd and 4th. Taylor Henyon all over the back bumper of Trig Hazelwood. Taylor Henyon now to the bottom of Trig Hazelwood. Now Taylor Henyon in your 4th and final transfer spot. Your top 4 has now broken away from 5th. The 7 of Rue Reeves is going to catch lap traffic now. He's going to be by 1 lap traffic car. Now he's catching Elliott Troiano. Ruiz is going to make a clean pass on Elliot Troiano. The 3 of Taylor Hinion to the bottom of GW Glass. Now Taylor Hinion in that third place position. That is the 9 car for the B main. Ruiz, Edison Carter, Taylor Hinion, and GW Glass, your top 4. Ruiz has a straightaway lead on Edison Carter now. The green flag is going to come out for Ruiz. 2 more laps to go. Ruiz is going to get the white flag. Down the back straightaway one more time. Checkered flag for Ruiz. Gonna pick up the C main win. And gonna start 7th in your B main for Light World Formula. 2nd's gonna be Edison Carter, 3rd Taylor Hinion, and 4th GW Glass. Next will be your Heavy World Formula division. They are rolling now for the Heavy World Formula C main. Now for your lineup for the Heavy World Formula C main. Gonna start first is Easton Loomis, 2nd. Anthony Peace, 3rd. Is going to be Colton Quinlet, 4th. Braden Frack, 5th. Leighton Rose, 6th. Ty Schaefer, and 7th. Daniel Bergen rounding out your field. Gonna get them double file one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Field gets the 1 to go. Easton Loomis and Anthony Peace, your 2 that are going to lead us to green. Green flag is out for Easton Loomis. The 5 of Leighton Rose at the bottom. Leighton Rose is going to end up in 2nd. There goes the 4 of Braden Frack to 3rd. Anthony Peace now going to try to make the move on Ty Schaefer. He cannot. Yes, he can. He does. Anthony Peace now in 3rd. 4th. Easton Loomis has broken away from Leighton Rose now. Your top 4 are spread out from each other. The top 2 are both Petty Edge Performance drivers. The 6 of Ty Schaefer gets loose going into the turn 3. The 2 of Anthony Peace all over the back bumper of the 4 of Braden Frack. There he goes to the bottom of Braden. Anthony Peace now in your 3rd place position. The 6 of Ty Schaefer goes around in turns 3 and 4. Ty Schaefer drove that car in too deep going into turn 3 and just spun around. That happens in the World Formula divisions. If you drive your car in too deep, it's going to give up and spin out. trying to get the 6 of Ty Schaefer rolling. One, two, green for Easton Loomis. Leighton Rose second, Anthony Peace third, and Braden Frack fourth. Green flag is in the air for Easton Loomis. Nobody passes on that restart. The 6 of Ty Shaver to the bottom of Daniel Bergen. He makes that move stick. Of Ty Shaver to the bottom of the 3. Now the 2 to the bottom of the 5 car. The 5 is slow. The 6 gets into the 5. 5 car up Leighton Rose is slow on the front straightaway. The 2 made the move on the 5 and then followed by the 4. And now the 5 car is into the Hoosier hot chute. His car is going to be worked on. That gives the 6 of Ty Shaver. It's going to move him up into that 4th and final transfer spot. 3 laps in the pits now. 2 laps in the pits. One lap in the pits. They get the 5 car of Leighton Rose rolling now. 1, 2 green for Easton Loomis. Anthony Peace second. Braden Frack third. And Ty Schaefer in your 4th and final transfer position. Green flag is out for Easton Loomis. The 5 of Leighton Rose is going to try to make his move all the way back up to the front. The 6 of Ty Schaefer, followed by the 5 of Leighton Rose. Now the 5 of Leighton Rose is going to try to make the move on Ty Schaefer into that 4th and final transfer spot. Ty Schaefer trying to make the move. The crossover move. 2 more laps remaining. White flag is in the air for Easton Loomis. Down the back straightaway one more time. Checkered flag for Easton Loomis. Anthony Peace second. Braden Frack third. And Leighton Rose in 4th. That's why you never give up. Leighton Rose had to come in the pits and work on his car, and now he is back into the B main for Heavy World Formula. Next up will be your Junior Animal C main. We get the junior animal C main rolling now. Here we go. The junior animal C main gonna start inside row number 1, Grayson Crane. Outside row number 1, Cole Williams. Inside row number 2, Tucker Bertrand. Outside row number 2, Brody Sullivan. Inside row number 3, Rylan Hilson. Outside row number 3, Crew Greenfield. Inside row number 4, Justin Robles. Outside row number 4, Weston Hickman. Inside row number 5 is gonna be Easton Turner. Outside row number 5 is going to be Austin Geisenhour. And rounding out your field and inside, outside row number 5 is going to be Aubrey Warner. Down the back straightaway. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. The 7 of Justin Robles is going to make the pass up into that 4th and final transfer position, and the 8 goes around. Hard contact on the backstretch wall. There is no X car in this race, so there is only 10 cars. Grayson Crane, Cole Williams, Tucker Bertrand, Brody Sullivan, Ryan Helson, Crew Greenfield, Justin Robles, Weston Hickman, Easton Turner, and Austin Geisenhour. We are going to re-rack our field. Field gets your 1 to go. 2 by 2, 5 rows deep. Green flag is in the air. Oh, and the 2 goes around. Hard contact. Hard contact. For the 0 of Austin Geisenhour. And the 2 of Cole Williams. The 6 of Crew Greenfield was hard into that front stretch wall. The 2 of Cole Williams looks to have a flat left rear tire. He's going to have to come into the Hoosier Hot Shoe. So will the 6 of Crew Greenfield. They're both going to have to come into the Hoosier Hot Shoe, get worked on. The 2 car of Cole Williams is up on his side, and they are working on his flat left rear right now. 3 laps in the pits. Grayson Crane, Tucker Bertrand, Brody Sullivan. The X car is out onto the field. The X car gets to come out onto the field whenever we have not completed a lap and there are cars in the Hoosier Hot Chute. Green flag is in the air. Grayson Crane leading our field to green. Tucker Bertrand in second. Brody Sullivan third. And the zero goes around. The zero of Austin Geisenhower goes around coming off of turn 4. Tough break for the 2 of Cole Williams and the 6 of Crew Greenfield. They are not going to be able to get back up onto the racetrack. That is going to end their day for the junior animal race division. No, we did not complete a lap in that race, so the 2 and the 6 can complete their work and get back out onto the racetrack. They are still working on their cars in the Hoosier Hot Chute. The X car is still going to be able to stay out on the racetrack as long as the 2 and the 6. I slipped up. Field gets bunched up. Green flag is in the air for Grayson Crane. Brody Sullivan and Tucker Bertrand are battling it out for third place position. The 7 of Justin Robles is trying to make that pass up into fourth. The 4 of Brody Sullivan makes move up into second. Tucker Bertrand now in third. Justin Robles is now in that fourth and final transfer position. Grayson Crane is now catching up to lap traffic as they are battling it out, battling each other for that position. There goes Grayson Crane, and followed by Brody Sullivan. Grayson Crane gonna get around another lap car, followed by Brody Sullivan. Once more, Tucker Bertrand now by one lap car, followed by Justin Robles. Now Grayson Crane right by Austin Geisenhower. Brody Sullivan all over the back bumper of Grayson Crane. There he goes to the bottom of Grayson Crane. Now he's going to take the lead. Grayson Crane tries to get the crossover move, but he cannot get it. Brody Sullivan, your new labor, and the 9 car, hard contact on the back wall. The 9 of Easton Turner, hard contact. Hard contact. 2 cars got together, and the 9 hit hard into the backstretch wall. Brody Sullivan took the lead on that restart, and he is in the lead now. Grayson Crane in second. Bertrand in third. Robles in your fourth and final transfer spot. Hickman in that 5th place position, your X-Car position for the B main. If the 8 of Hickman can't get into the 4th and final transfer spot or better, he is going to be the X-Car for the B main. And the X-Car, it waits patiently in the hot chute until one car has to come into the Hoosier hot chute and work on their car, so the X-Car gets pushed out onto the track. 1 to green this time. Brody Sullivan in the lead. Green flag is in the air. The 3 of Tucker Bertrand's going to have to get around the lap car, and he does, followed by Justin Robles and Weston Hickman. And they get together. Weston Hickman and Austin, guys, and now we're both get together. The 5 of Rylan Henson. White flag is in the air. Checkered flag for Brody Sullivan. Grayson Crane's going to be 2nd. Tucker Bertrand 3rd. And Justin Robles rounding out your top 4. Next up will be your senior animal division.
We now continue through our C mains, our senior animal C main on the speedway. Now Owen Halpane is your pole sitter. Jasper Ausball will start in 2nd with Taylor Henney in 3rd. Jake Mullen, GW Glass, Skylar Bohard, Logan Thibault, and Isaac Garcia rounds out the rest of our 8 starters. Into turn number 3 we go, and green flag will fly. As throughout most of the day, you're inside lane, able to stick nose to tail, shuffer that entire outside lane back. But the 5 of GW Glass made contact with the wall down the front straightaway and will come to a stop. That brings out your first yellow here in Senior Animal. Green flag, we will resume racing in our Senior Animal C main event. Your leader is your pole sitter, the 1 of Owen Halpane. Running in second is the 3 of Taylor Hennigan, followed by Thibault and Bohard, third and fourth. Hennigan peaked low down the front straightaway there, couldn't get it done. Decided to run in line for now. Battle for that final transfer spot is underway. The 2 of Jasper Alspaugh is crossing back in fourth, but we have a yellow in front. Logan Thibault was battling with the rest of your top 3 for the lead positions. Made contact, comes to a stop, and will fall to the tail. One to green, field being displayed, a warning for excessive pushing on that last restart. Halpane is still your leader, followed by Hennigan, Alspaugh, and Bohard. Green is back on the racetrack. Jasper Alspaugh gets a look, peaked low down the front stretch, couldn't get there. Hennigan around down the back stretch, yellow, right back out. Owen Halpane brings the field back to green flag racing. Jasper Alspaugh moves up into second after the Hennigan spin. Skylar Bohard runs in third. The 4th and final transfer spot now belongs to the 8 machine of Isaac Garcia. Garcia peaked low down the front straightaway, couldn't get there, stays in line for now. Garcia had made the move. It's now 3 wide into turn number 1. It was. So up front, your top 2, they run side by side. It's the 1 of Halpane, it's the 2 of Alspaugh. Behind that, you then have the 4 of Jake Mullen running in third. The 7 machine of Logan Thibault running in fourth. Garcia had made the move, then got shuffled back down to 5th. Taylor Hennigan still trying to work his way back up through the field after that spin. Hennigan running in 6th as things stand The 4 of Jake Mullen moves his way up into second. The 1 of Owen Halpane falling through the field. Halpane gets cleared by Isaac Garcia. Garcia in that white number 3 car now, or excuse me, Hennian in that white number 3 car now able to get by Garcia. Hennian in the 3, Garcia in the 8. That is the battle on track to move on into the B main. Laps very quickly winding down. Green flag will fly as we cross the stripe here. 2 laps left to run. Can Hennian get that 3 machine by Garcia? Hennian, he's going to look low down the back straightaway. Can't quite get there. Has to stay in line. But this one's not going to be over. The 1 of Owen Halpane goes around. Green-white checkered finish on tap here. But we have a yellow for a line violation on the restart. Call will be a disturbance in the line on the restart is what led to the line violation. So no penalty will be assessed for the restart stripe violation. We'll line it back up, go 1 to green over again. Jasper Ausbau is your leader on the restart. Jake Mullen, Logan Thibault, Isaac Garcia, Taylor Hennian, white flag in the air. Hennian's going to peek underneath Garcia, can't get it done. 1 more lap for Hennian, not able to get there, give the win to Ausbau. Second will go to Mullen, followed by Thibault and Garcia to finish your transfers positions. Heavy 160C main lining up 9 cars, 25 laps. Cash Brewer, Braden Frack, Anthony Peace, Daniel Bergen, Colt Collette, Grayson Singleton, Peyton Geitenauer, Sam Ayers, and Cohen Ellett lead the field into turn number 3 to begin green flag racing. Contact between the 9 of Ellett and the, I believe that was the 8 Ayers, the 9 of Ellett. Ellett comes to a stop out of turn number 2. I believe he thought he went all 4 tires under that white or that yellow and pink line in the infield and chose to stop in order to ensure that he did not receive a penalty in the form of disqualification for going all 4 tires under. Will be a re-rack on the start. Was judged to have not gone all 4 under, so we will re-rack, try it over again. One to green once more, your front row, Brewer and Frack into turn number 3. We will go green flag racing, 3 wide move into turn number 1 by the 7 machine of Peyton Geisenauer, able to make it through. So Geitenauer now runs in 5th on the outside looking in. Jump back to the lead. Anthony Peace clears Cash Brewer. Peace is your new leader. Brewer falls back to 2nd. Braden Frack runs in 3rd on the bubble in the 4th and final transfer spot. That'll be the 5 of Colt Collette. Top 5 have broken away from the rest of the pack. Your leader, Anthony Peace, continuing to run away. It's up to about a 10-car length advantage for that black number 3 machine. Cash Brewer runs in 2nd. Battle for a 3rd. There goes the 5 of Colt Collette. Clears by Braden Frack, so Collette gets a little bit of insurance on that transfer spot up in 3rd. Frack falls onto the bubble position in 4th. 3rd, 4th, and 5th continue to run nose to tail. The 6th machine of Grayson Singleton slowly catching up to this battle for a transfer spot as well. Once again, it is the top 4 drivers that transfer to that yellow number 2 machine of Braden Frack. Currently, the final transfer spot, Grayson Singleton in 5th, trying to run him down. And we have a yellow. That is the 9 of Cohen Ellett. Comes to a stop high atop turn number 2. Anthony Peace leads the field back into turn number 3. He is your leader. Battle for 3rd, heats back up. There goes Braden Frack. That opens up the door for Grayson Singleton to follow him by Colt Collette. Singleton and Collette side by side down the front straightaway, but Collette able to hang on from that outside groove. Green flag in the air. That indicates 2 laps left to run. Peace, Brewer, Frack, and Collette, your transfer drivers. None of them feel any pressure. Those will be your transfers. Checkers in the air. Lower mains continue with our light 160 C main. Root Reeves is your pole sitter. Isaac Garcia starts in second. Cole Jaron in third. Elijah Kozak fourth. Elliot Triana will start in fifth. Henry Albright in sixth. Braden Eichler seventh. Daniel Godosi eighth. Colton Oldre ninth. And Skylar Bohard will start in 10th. We are doubled up 5 rows deep, 25 laps. Top 4 will move on. Reeves and Garcia into turn number 3. Off we go. Green flag in the air. 3 wide move into turn number 1 by the 0 of Skylar Bohard. That's not going to work. Bohard's around out of turn number 1 as another car involved as well. That's the 9 and the 4. Kozak and Oldre up in the outside wall as well. Work laps currently ongoing in the Hoosier Hot Shoot for the 9 machine of Colton Oldre. The X, the alternate of Jake Mullen, currently on the racetrack. Once we take 1 to green, like we do here, pits are closed. Mullen will hope that this lap gets completed. If it does, he will be able to stay on track. Green flag is in the air. The 2 machine of Isaac Garcia working to get his way into that inside lane, unable to do so. Freight trained all the way back, second to 8th. A couple of cars stack it up. 4 cars come to a stop out of turn number 4. That brings out a yellow with a lap completed. Root Reeves leads the field back into turn number 3. Racing resumes. Reeves is followed by Cole Jaron in second, but contact further back through the field around the 4 of Elijah Kozak. Yet another yellow as a result. We come to restart once again. It's Reeves, Jaron, Troiano, and Eichler, your top four that are in the transfer spots. Eichler looking to buy some insurance, dives underneath Troiano, but they tangle together. Eichler and Troiano. That brings out a yellow, have a left rear tire sitting on the racetrack as well. Believe that is off the 4 of Elijah Kozak. Work laps now begin in the Hoosier Hot Chute. On track, your leader is Rue Reeves. He was the pole sitter in this one. Cole Jaron will restart in second, restarting in third after the contact between Troiano and Eichler. Is now the 2 machine of Isaac Garcia. The ex of Jake Mullen wasn't even supposed to be in this one. Misfortune for another driver brought him in. He currently runs in the 4th and final transfer spot. Great run through the field by Mullen. Mullen is followed by Albright in 5th, Bohard in 6th. Back into turn number 3 we go. Racing resumes. Albright immediately going to pull the trigger for that final transfer spot. Albright now runs in 4th. The 0 of Bohard able to follow through, but contact farther back in the pack. Braden Eichler stuck to that left rear on the 8 of Daniel Gadosi, and that brings out the yellow flag. We will restart once more. Reeves, Jaron, Garcia, and now Albright runs in the 4th and final transfer spot. Albright thought about making a move underneath Garcia there for that insurance spot of third. Thought better of it on that last lap. Gets a much better look down the front stretch there. So move Henry Albright now up into third. Garcia falls back to fourth. Skylar Bohart started in 10th, has worked his way all the way up to fifth. Elliot Troiano also working back through the field. Troiano has cleared by Bohart after being in an incident running in a transfer spot earlier today. Troiano has worked his way back to be just one spot out of the B main with laps running down. Drew Reeves up front, really no pressure from behind. It's over a 10 car length gap back to Cole Jaron. Jaron, however, has been caught by Henry Albright, so that's now going to be the battle for second. The more pressing battle on track, though. Elliot Troiano has run down Isaac Garcia, the 2 of Garcia, the 5 of Troiano. That is the battle for the B main. Troiano on the back bumper of Garcia as Albright and Jaron start swapping for second. There goes Troiano. Troiano makes the move and clears Garcia out of turn number 4. Troiano now sits on the bubble in the final transfer spot. Your leader, Rue Reeves, in the number 1 machine, has caught lap traffic, beginning to work his way through those lapped cars. Reeves is still your leader. Jaron still runs second. Albright runs third. Troiano holds on to that 4th and final transfer spot, but we have a car slowing. That is the 0. The 0 of Bohart slows. That's going to bring out the yellow. Our final C main of the weekend, our Junior 160 C main now takes the track. Tucker Bertrand is your pole sitter. Dax Terrell starts in second. Justin Robles in third. Quinn Coman in fourth. Griggs Gonzalez fifth. Joshua Godosi in sixth. Rylan Hessen in seventh. Cooper McGowan in eighth. Aubrey Warner in ninth. And Crew Greenfield will start in 10th. Bertrand and Terrell lead the field into turn number 3. We will go green. Terrell able to jump into the inside row from that second place starting position. So Terrell runs in third as things stand now with the 4 Quinn Coman on his back bumper. Those are the final 2 drivers in transfer spots. As we will go yellow, the 8 Cooper McGowan is around. Last couple attempts at that start too quick. The 1 Tucker Bertrand receives a warning for jumping the start. Will get 1 to green here. And yet again, we will not start this one. This time the warning displayed for the 5 Machina. Griggs Gonzalez failure to keep pace. Yet again unable to do so. We will go and remain yellow. The 5 machine of Griggs Gonzalez still having engine issues. We'll bring it back into the Hoosier hot chute. We will go 1 to green. Bertrand, much better restart this time, leads the field back to a green flag. Bertrand, your leader. Justin Robles runs in second. Running in third is Dax Terrell. Quinn Coman still holds on to that fourth and final transfer spot in that black and red number 4 machine. And we have a yellow. The 9 of Aubrey Warner is around down the front stretch. Tucker Bertrand leads us back around to resume racing. Battle for second. There goes the 2, Dax Terrell. Terrell clears by Justin Robles. The door is open for the 4 of Coman, but Quinn Coman makes contact. They come together high atop turn number 2, and we will go back under yellow flag conditions. Racing resumes here in our final C main of the weekend. The 6 machine goes around. Yellow is out. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. All spectators must remain behind the yellow caution tape. Please remain behind the yellow caution tape. Green flag back out in the air here in our Junior 160 event. Dax Terrell is your leader. Running in second, Joshua Godosi. Running in third is Tucker Bertrand. On the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot is the 0. Hard contact with the front stretch wall for the 7 of Rylan Hessen. Red is out. It is time for racing to resume here in Junior 160. Top 4 drivers, your leader is still Dax Terrell. Running in second is Joshua Godosi. Running in third, Tucker Bertrand. Fourth and final transfer spot was Crew Greenfield, but Greenfield running in a transfer position goes around on his own and brings out the yellow. One to green here, Dax Terrell is still your leader. Joshua Godosi restarts in second. Tucker Bertrand in third. Justin Robles restarts in the fourth and final transfer spot. Racing resumes in Junior 160. Green flag is out. That shows 2 laps left to run. White flag as we cross the stripe here. Does the 9 of Aubrey Warner have anything for the final transfer spot? No. Give the win to Dax Terrell.
Welcome to Ultimate QM, your destination for the best in quarter midget racing. With over 30 years of experience, we're here to get you on track and keep your racing program at the front. Whether you're in the market for a brand new X-Wing or ARC chassis, the latest in quarter midget parts, or technical and setup help, we've got you covered. Let us help you take your quarter midget program to the next level. That's Ultimate QM. Visit ultimateqm.com today and race with the best.
HMS Motorsport is the leader in motorsport safety and the exclusive importer for Schroth belts and Schubert helmets. When risk is around every corner, let our experts help you select the best harness belts, head restraints, helmets, and racing attire for your type of racing. Don't make safety an afterthought. We have 25 years of experience of educating our customers on all aspects of driver safety and providing the most advanced driver safety products to NASCAR, IndyCar, sprint cars, and sport cars. Visit our stores in Mooresville, North Carolina, or Danvers, Massachusetts, or check us out online at hmsmotorsport.com to learn the details of our products and, of course, order online. We are the motorsport safety experts.
Hey, we're out here at Sonoma Raceway with Porsche Sprint Challenge and Radical Cup. We're here talking to Preston Buckley, one of the chief starters for NASCAR U Series, and we're going to have some questions. We're going to answer some questions for you about being a flagger at a local track, a region track, or even nationally. We're going to ask some questions and maybe get some answers for you guys. So, Preston, thank you for joining us here. We're super excited to have you out. And one of our first questions is, how do you juggle the different things you do in the flag stand? I know there's so much going on.
Well, it is a very difficult job. I would say that other than being the race director, it's probably the hardest job on the track, because not only are you having to keep an eye on the cars on the racetrack and keep up with the leader, but you are also relied upon by the race director sometimes to make judgment calls and give your opinion about incidents on the racetrack. So you've got to get the right flag out at the right time. You've got to make calls on the racetrack sometimes. So it is a big job. But I would say probably the biggest thing that helps me when I flag is I watch the race like I'd be watching it as a fan, because it allows me to kind of open up my brain power and my space to, okay, I see a battle on the racetrack. I need to pay attention to that. But I'm also keeping an eye on the leader, because that's what you need to do. So for me, the biggest thing is step back, relax, and kind of get that 30,000-foot view, because the race director has the job of nitpicking and talking about philosophy on incident and really dissecting an incident, where in the flag stand, you can kind of take this overarching view and say, okay, there's stuff going on here, there's stuff going on here, there's stuff going on in the hot chute with cars in there, especially under yellow. So you're almost like the blimp to it all. You're like the blimp while there's other people, whether they're in the pit lane or race directing, that are taking care of the nitty-gritty details and giving philosophy.
Gotcha. So with those, and you mentioned a bunch of stuff going on, with that bunch of stuff going on, is there one that you kind of specialize in on and maybe you watch that more than others?
Definitely watching the leaders. As the flagman, with timing and scoring, counting down the laps for you with the lap chart, your biggest job is to keep up with the leader, because like I said earlier, the race director might not even know who the leader is at the point, because he's watching specific battles on the racetrack, whether it be in lower mains for transfer positions or for podium spots in heat races and features. Your job is to keep up with the leader. If you can keep up with the leader, then you can keep the race running. And if you go yellow, you know who the leader is, you know who to start slowing down and start getting the rest of the pack caught up to.
So with saying that, if we're going through lap traffic and the leader is passing a bunch of people, what's the best way to keep up with the leader?
It's really just knowing who it is on the restart and watching the first kind of two cars, and even maybe calling up to the race director if there's a lot of, let's say, battle packs going on throughout the field. Hey, I've got the leaders, and just kind of keeping up with the leader. And, you know, I've done it. I've lost the leader sometimes. What I do then, if I lose the leader, I keep one eye trained on the countdown lap sheet. And as soon as a car goes by and that thing clicks down, then I know, okay, that car is the leader. And so then I can retrain myself to keep an eye on that car.
Awesome. So that brings up a great point. When scoring and when doing the lap counter, how important is it to do it exactly on the leader? That way you can use that as a tool as well.
It's very important, because what you don't want to happen is you don't want to cut a race short, and you don't want to let a race run long. You know, the teams and the drivers and the handlers have an expectation that this race is going to be 20 laps, 25 laps, 30 or 40 or even more. And if it runs short or if it runs long, it kind of messes with not only the driver's strategy, but it also messes with the setup strategy that the teams have employed, because if you have your car set up for a 40-lap race and it runs 45 laps, as we all know, 5 laps can be very critical, and how the car reacts on track and how a driver sets up their race.
Absolutely. So let's move into kind of ending a race. So I know with 2 laps to go, you kind of start your process of winding down the race. Can you talk a little bit about that, but then also talk about what happens if a caution comes out during that period?
Yeah, you know, when you get to 5 laps to go in the flag stand at a NASCAR youth event, it becomes very intense and very critical to know exactly what you need to do, what works best for you in your process. So I always have a yellow flag in at least one hand up until we get around to 5 laps to go. At that point, I stick the flag in between my legs with the end of the stick without the flag sticking up, so that I always know if I need it really quick, I can go and grab it. At that point, when we get to 3 laps to go, I grab the green and the white, and I hold up 2 sticks, much like you see at a USAC Silver Crown Sprint Car Midget event, 2 sticks in the air indicating 2 laps to go. And at least for me, personally, it helps me out. I always have the white flag in the hand that is not closest to the racetrack. So it would be my left hand. So that way I can set the green down, wave the white, grab the checkered as I'm waving the white, and if the leader's tucked up in lap traffic, get the white out for as long as possible, and then throw the checkered. For me, it's just easier, so that I always have one hand available. And if I need to throw the white away and grab the yellow, I'm not having to switch hands or fumble around and possibly throw the wrong flag at the wrong time, given the condition on the racetrack. Because, as we know, the yellow can come out at any time, even on the last lap.
Awesome. And so talk a little bit about how you know when to throw what flag. When you're looking at that lap counter clock click down, how do you know, like at lap 3, you kind of start your whole process and you do the 2 sticks, or kind of explain that?
Yeah, so like I said, when I get to 5 laps to go, I actually don't look at the lap counter at that point. I just start kind of counting in my head. At that point, I know who the leader is, and so I count down 4 so that I can start preparing myself, but also keeping an eye on the racetrack. That's the biggest thing, is never turn your back on the racetrack, because like we've seen, things can happen really quickly. It's a safety issue if you're turning your back on the racetrack, but it's also a competition issue. You don't want to miss a car spinning out and have somebody hit him because you weren't ready to go with that flag.
Gotcha. So let's transition a little bit into cars in the pits. Mm-hmm. How do you deal with that? What's the kind of go-to in your mind? How do you kind of process all of that during a caution?
That's a really good question. Luckily, with the NASCAR Youth Series, there are very talented people on the officiating side in all aspects, so it makes it easier. But if we see a car in the pit lane, I try and glance at the car as best I can to see if it has damage or not. And if I can't tell, then I'll talk to whoever's in the pit lane, say, I don't know if he has damage or not. Take a look and see. If he does, then I look to scoring to see when our lap count or our lineup on track is ready to go, and then we start the countdown laps in the pit lane as quickly as possible. Because although we don't want to not enable a kid to have a chance to get back out on the racetrack after fixing some damage, but as we know, with large car counts, we have to keep the show rolling. And it's fairest for everybody if we just keep the show moving. And now, after many, many years of that process being in place, the handlers are used to the show moving forward. And the race director has a hard job with philosophy, but the flag man has to take control of the racetrack and keep the show rolling, because handlers do not like when the show stalls, when the show doesn't continue. So keeping the show rolling and making sure you know what the regulations are with cars with damage or without damage are in the pit lane, that's going to help you speed up your process and keep the show moving.
Gotcha. So a little bit of context on that. So on the national side, during cautions, if you go in the pits, we are legit damage only, Meaning, if you have something wrong with your car, it doesn't have to be on the last caution. Overall, if you have something wrong with your car damage-wise, we give you 3 laps. Now, if you don't have anything wrong with your car, there's no damage, then we do not give you 3 laps. It's an immediate push and go. And so maybe you don't have that at your club. Maybe you want to institute that. That's totally fine. But either way, you just have to adapt to whichever one you are, and then you can change from there with the flagger. Make sure your flagger's aware, and make sure that everybody's aware on the officiating staff of what the rules are for that day, and that way you can go about your race day. Preston, we really appreciate you coming out. Is there any last things you can have, word of advice to flaggers around?
Really just be yourself. Don't try and emulate me or anybody else that you've seen, because my style might not work with how your brain works. Your style might not work with how my brain works. It's just about being yourself and getting comfortable in that space. You're going to make mistakes. I've made mistakes. I make at least one mistake every weekend. And the biggest thing about that is just owning up to it. You will gain the respect of the paddock and of the competitors and of the handlers if you do make a mistake, you own up and said, that was on me, I'm sorry, and I will make the correction.
Awesome. Well, really appreciate you coming out. Thank you guys for listening to this video. If you have any questions for Preston or for us here at NASCAR Youth Series, we're more than happy to answer. Send us an email, 25@usacnation.com, and we'd be more than happy to make a video on it or answer your questions about flagging or anything else. Thank you guys.
I'm Chrissy Bemis with USAC and Flow Racing, and just like the rest of you, I have to change the oil in my car. Fortunately for me, and fortunately for all of you, AMSOIL has a brand new feature on their website which makes changing your oil easier than ever. All you have to do is get onto the AMSOIL website, go up in the top left corner of your screen to shop by vehicle. So if you're anything like me, you'll type in that you have a 2014 Kia Sorento, and AMSOIL will curate a oil change kit specifically for your needs. In my oil change kit came an oil filter, multiple quarts of AMSOIL oil for my car, exactly what it needs, a funnel, and even this sticker so that I don't forget to do it again. Remember next time you need an oil change to jump on AMSOIL.com, shop by vehicle, and get a curated oil change kit delivered right to your door.
Hey, welcome to Sonoma Raceway. We're out here with Porsche Sprint Challenge and Radical Cup, and we're here to learn about some flags.
Hi everybody, my name's Preston Buckley. I'm one of the starters for the NASCAR Youth Series, and we're going to learn about some of the flags that you're going to see when you're out on the racetrack. The first and probably the most exciting flag is the green flag. That means that the session has started and you may hit the gas and go as fast as you can around the racetrack until you are told otherwise. Probably the most important flag that we have is the yellow flag. You'll see it waving at all times when the track is unsafe for you to go at full speed. There's an incident on course that mechanics and handlers are having to clean up, and we need you to keep it slow and respect their presence on the racetrack so that we can get back to going to green flag racing. Another flag that we have is the red flag. That means that there's a serious incident on the racetrack, either a flip or maybe some fluid on the track that makes it completely unsafe for cars to be running on the racetrack. When you see this flag, you need to slow down as safely and as quickly as possible, as there will be handlers entering the race course as you are stopping on the track. You may flip your visor up once you're slow and stopped on the track, and one of your handlers will be coming to greet you shortly. My least favorite flag, this is the black flag. This means that you may have done something that has drawn the attention of the race director that he or she didn't like. You'll probably see this waved at you sometimes, or it might be pointed at you as to give you a warning. But if you see this flag, please come into the pit lane as quickly and as safely as possible. The white flag, this indicates that there is one lap remaining in the race. It'll be waving at you when you start your final lap of the race. And it will be followed by the driver's favorite flag, the checkered flag. This means that the session is over. You need to take at least 1 or maybe 2 cool down laps, and then you are to proceed to track exit for technical inspection and scales.
At On Track School, we go the distance, so you can too. Our flexible, passion-driven education adapts to your learning style, allowing you to excel in school while chasing your dreams. With dedicated support every step of the way, your future is wide open. Visit ontrackschool.com today, where education meets passion.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Welcome to Ultimate QM, your destination for the best in quarter midget racing. With over 30 years of experience, we're here to get you on track and keep your racing program at the front. Whether you're in the market for a brand new X-Wing or ARC chassis, the latest in quarter midget parts, or technical and setup help, we've got you covered. Let us help you take your quarter midget program to the next level. That's Ultimate QM. Visit ultimateqm.com today and race with the best.
So welcome back. I'm here at HMS Motorsport. My name is Ben McFarland. I'm the series director for NASCAR Youth Series, and we're here with Jeff Polk, the CFO at HMS Motorsport, talking about some safety items. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, and he's going to kind of demonstrate a couple of the safety items, go through some belts, go through some cleaning, and see about what we can get you for the biggest bang for your buck as a new rookie.
Yes, my name's Jeff Pollock. I work here at HMS Motorsport. We specialize in safety equipment, so everything to keep the driver safe in the car. Helmets, suit, shoes, gloves, seat belts. HMS is the U.S. importer for Schroed harnesses, Schubert helmets, Walero base layers, and a couple other brands. So every year we display at the PRI show in Indianapolis. That's where we bring our core products and kind of display the new stuff. But what we do, Schroed is a seatbelt manufacturer in Germany. And we worked with them pretty closely and the chassis manufacturers of the quarter midgets to kind of develop a belt that is specific for the quarter midget. We have a low profile cam lock here, so it doesn't get in the way of the steering wheel, doesn't release. The webbing is a lot softer than most of the other brands. We use a polyester webbing, so it doesn't get stiff when it goes through the adjusters, if it gets wet or is exposed to the elements. Schroed also has head and neck restraints that they developed, so they've been involved in that from the beginning. On the Schubert helmet, this is a little bit more of a higher end, but they are working on a hybrid composite version of that we hope to have next year for the quarter midget kids. But this is a carbon helmet developed for Formula One, and We have introduced this to NASCAR. Some of the USAC kids are running it now, a lot of the dirt racers. But it's got a nice visor with a dual locking system. The nice part about this visor is we call this a clear red. So on the quarter midgets, they don't have to change this day or night. They can run this. My son runs it during the day, and if we transition to nighttime, I don't have to switch it out. Also, the cheek pads are interchangeable inside, so they can kind of grow with the kid. Another division of HMS is what we call Racecom. So we do all of the electronics inside the helmet, so speakers, earbuds, the microphone, and we developed a receiver. We call it the Century. So it's nice and compact, it's nice and small, has 2 preset channels, a single battery in there, and it has a little bit more volume than your typical receiver out there on the market. So we have a blueprint for every driver, and we make them specifically for their lengths.
Our first feature event of the day is on track. It features the Red Rookie Division. This is the most entry-level division here in NASCAR Youth Series, presented by Cookout Competition. Our starting lineup, your pole sitter is Harper Flores. Eliana Bertrand starts in second. Brinley Dillon starts in third. Eli Island starts in fourth. Caden Oldre in fifth. And Harper Phillips will start in sixth. Green flag is back out here in our red rookie A-Main. Your pole sitter Harper Flores able to get to a good jump on the restart. Flores holds on to about a 5 or 6 car length advantage over Eliana Bertrand, and second Eli Island rounds out your top 3. Island all over the back bumper of Eliana Bertrand. That is your fiercest battle on track as things stand. Island going to look low down the front stretch. Contact with Bertrand through turn number 2. Bertrand's going to come to a stop. Yellow's out. Green flag back out in the air here in red rookie. Harper Flores, your pole sitter, has led this one the whole way. Leads on the restart. Harper Phillips restarts in second. Brinley Dillon in third. Eli Island and Eliana Bertrand were battling for second earlier on in this one. Made contact. Island now has been able to clear by Bertrand. And contact brings out the yellow once more. It is Island and Dillon that come together. Those two cars tangled up out of turn number 2. Green flag racing resumes here in red rookie once again. Harper Flores able to get off to a fantastic start. Pulls away to about a straightaway advantage early on in red rookie. White flag in the air, only one more time around for Harper Flores. Flores has dominated this red rookie race and will pick up the win in the first feature of the weekend. Congratulations to our red rookie winner, Harper Flores. On track now is our blue rookie A-Main number 1. Your pole sitter is David Crate. Peyton Urey starts in second. Piper Jones in third. Colton Phillips in fourth. Hike Donahue in fifth. Amberly McNally sixth. And Gavin Penn will start in seventh. Work laps now beginning in the hot chute for the 2 of Peyton Urey. Urey will have 3 laps to repair the engine issues. Green flag is out in the air. We are racing in our first 2 main events in Blue Rookie. Great job by Piper Jones from that outside pole position, able to immediately jump in the line into second. So David Crate is your early leader. Piper Jones runs in second, third, and final step of the podium early on. That's the 4 machine of Colton Phillips. And we have a yellow. The 4 of Colton Phillips is around down the front stretch. Racing continues here in Blue Rookie. We have a battle for the lead. There goes Piper Jones. Jones clears by David Crate. Your new leader is that bright pink number 3 of Piper Jones. David Crate still runs in second. Third, that belongs to the 5 of Hike Donahue. That's your podium as things stand now. Feature event for Blue Rookies. David Crate not letting Piper Jones get out of this one. Crate now has regained the back bumper. It's going to be a battle for the win with laps winding down. Jones had pulled away a little bit. Crate gained all that space back up. 2 laps left to run. Does David Crate III have a move for Piper Jones? White flag will fly. Crate loses a little bit of ground out of turn number 4 that time by. That's going to do it. Give the win to Piper Jones. Round of applause for your winner, blue rookie, A-Main number 1, Piper Jones. Our final A main event of the day before we return to lower mains is our second of 2 blue rookie feature events for the day. Cooper Pope is your pole sitter. Ryder Stewart starts in second. Adeline Shields in third. Carson Cusimano in fourth. Jaxie Stratton in fifth. Nixon Morante in sixth. And Olivia Bohard will start in seventh. One to green shown. Cooper Pope and Ryder Stewart lead the field into turn number 3. We will go racing. Great jump by Cooper Pope off of the start there. Early, about half straightaway gap. Just 2 laps into this one for your leader. Your leader, Cooper Pope, has caught up to the back of the pack. Lap traffic now. The first lap car to clear is Livia Bohard. Pope able to do so. Pope has about a straightaway advantage over your second place runner of Carson Cusimano. Running in third is Ryder Stewart. Cusimano now trying to get by Bohard, the lap machine. That's opened up the door for Jaxie Stratton. Jaxie Stratton has moved up into third. Cusimano trying to make the move to the outside of Bohard. Cusimano gets it done. Stratton unable to do so. That opened up the door for Ryder Stewart. Stewart up into third. Stratton follows through in fourth. Meanwhile, your leader, Cooper Pope, has caught the back of the pack. Pope continuing to work through the field, put them laps down. And we're going to go yellow. The 7 of Livia Bohard comes to a stop high atop turn number 3. Cooper Pope leads the field back to green flag here in our second of 2 blue rookie features. Carson Cusimano continues to run in second. Jaxie Stratton in third. Stratton going to look low underneath Cusimano. They make contact and come to a stop. We will go back under yellow flag conditions. Racing resumes yet again here in our second blue rookie A main. Cooper Pope has caught lap traffic, struggled to get by Livia Bohard. That allows the two of Ryder Stewart to close in a little bit, but with the white flag out, Cooper Pope is going to hold on. Cooper Pope wins blue rookie A main number 2. Congratulations to your winner, blue rookie A main number 2, Cooper Pope. We now begin this weekend's B main events. $11 B mains here. As always, it is your top 4 drivers that will move on into the feature events tomorrow morning. Here's how we stack up. Junior Honda B main, Austin Geitenauer is your pole sitter. Nash Greenfield starts in second. Cooper McGowan in third. Kelton Jaron in fourth. Weston Hickman starts in fifth. Elliott Murray in sixth. Ty Schaefer starts in seventh. Tucker Bertrand in eighth. Griggs Gonzalez in ninth. And Dax Terrell will start in 10th. Currently shuffling the lineup due to the 4 machine of Kelton Jaron, who sits in the Hoosier Hot Chute, working on damage received in that stack up as we came to 1 to green. 3 work laps have begun. The X machine of Abel McKnight is currently on the racetrack. He is the beneficiary of the misfortune by Jaron. Jaron has 2 more laps to complete work on that machine. Jaron able to get rolling with just a lap to spare, so he will catch the tail. McKnight will have to pull off and hope for someone else to have misfortune before the completion of a lap. One to green now shown. Not going to take a start here, though. Way too quick and not quite side by side throughout the field. So we will stack it up, slow it down, and try it again. Austin Geitenauer and Nash Greenfield lead the field into turn number 3. We will go green. Great move by the 6 machine of Elliott Murray to move into third. Off for the start, Ty Schaefer, your early driver on the bubble in fourth. Battle for fifth, the 3 of Cooper McGowan cleared by Dax Terrell, but Terrell hit the crossover move. So Terrell back into fifth. McGowan falls back to 6, but it's about a 5 or 6 car length gap separating those drivers from your top 4 that are in the transfer spots. Your leader, Nash Greenfield, is beginning to break away in that 2 machine from Austin Geitenauer in second, up to about 10 car lengths. The gap up front. Geitenauer has Murray and Schaefer glued to the back bumper. There goes Murray down the front straightaway. Murray side by side through 3 and 4. Hit the turtle out of 4. Not able to clear by Geitenauer. Had to jump back in line. Up front, Nash Greenfield is checked out. About a straightaway advantage for the leader. To second place running Austin Geitenauer. Third is Elliott Murray, and fourth and final transfer spot, that's still the 7 of Ty Schaefer. Your leader, Nash Greenfield, has caught lap traffic. The first car to go a lap down will be the 9 machine of Griggs Gonzalez. As Gonzalez goes around after getting lapped, yellow is out. Nash Greenfield leads the rest of the field back to green. There goes Elliott Murray. Elliott Murray's going to make the move for second. Jump back to fourth. Dax Terrell has gotten by Ty Schaefer. So 2 moves in the transfer spots. Murray up to second. Geitenauer back to third. Terrell now runs in fourth. Make that third for Dax Terrell. Dax Terrell up into third. Ty Schaefer was able to follow Terrell through. So Schaefer now runs in a fourth. White flag is out. Greenfield, it will round turn number 4. Nash Greenfield, dominating fashion, picks up the win. Junior Honda B Main. Senior Honda B main out now. Landon Cox, Robinson Lee, Colton Oldray, Kelby Island, Charlie Lazor, Jasper Aspal, Elliott Troiano, Rue Reeves, Henry Albright, Weston Cutners. How we line them up, we go green, but not for long. Around is the 3 of Colton Oldray. Warning given to the field for excessive pushing on the restarts that caused that last incident. We now go back to green flag racing. Inside line's been able to stay orderly thus far. That outside row stuck with the freight train. I thought that the 7 machine of Elliott Troiano was going to make it 3 wide into turn 1 there. He thought better of it, decided to stay in the 2 wide formation. Up into 4th now is that 7 of Troiano. So transfers early on in this one. Landon Cox is your leader. Robinson Lee runs in 2nd. Colton Oldray runs in 3rd. Elliott Troiano sits on the bubble in the 4th and final transfer spot here early on. Elliott Troiano trying to work his way up through the transfer positions. He's currently in the final transfer spot. Looks for that insurance position up into 3rd and is able to take it. So Troiano now in 3rd on the bubble. In 4th is now the 3 of Colton Oldray. Oldray under attack from Kelby Island. Island peaked low down the front straightaway there. Was not able to get side by side. Remains in line. It's Island in 5th. It's Albright in 6th. And then it is Lazor in 7th. That all run on the back bumper of the Oldray machine that currently holds the final transfer spot. Laps are continuing to wind down. Landon Cox in the 1 is your leader. Then it's the 2 of Robinson Lee. The 7 of Elliott Troiano. Kelby Island has been super glued to the back bumper of the 3 of Oldray for the last several laps. Just has not been able to pull the trigger and make the move thus far. Once again, Island looked low down the front stretch. Oh, contact with the back bumper of Oldray. That opened up the door for Henry Albright, but Albright was unable to pin Island. Island and Albright now playing the crossover game for 5th. That is exactly what the 3 machine of Oldray wanted to see. White flag in the air up front for Landon Cox. Cox isn't going to feel any pressure for the win. Give the win to Cox. 2nd goes to Lee. 3rd to Troiano and 4th to Oldray. Up next, it is on to our heavy Honda division. The heavy Honda B main, your pole sitter is Liam Ballard, starting in second, Trevor Jones. Bristol Spicola lines up in third, Madden Thulin in fourth, Nora Bertrand in fifth, Aiden Slidham sixth, William Shields seventh, Cohen Ellett lines up in eighth, Anthony Peace in ninth, and Will Pope in 10th. car heavy Honda B main. Front row, Liam Ballard, Trevor Jones into turn number 3. 3 wide off of the start by the 5 Machina. Nora Bertrand wasn't able to make the move stick, but able to remain in line in 4th, but yellows out. Aiden Slidham went around out of turn number 4. Hard contact to the left front of the Slidham machine as well. Brings out the yellow flag. Still all 25 laps to run here in this heavy Honda B main. Liam Ballard, Trevor Jones, and Bristol Spicola, your top 3 drivers. Around goes Jones down the back stretch. Yellow's out. We'll have to wait for a call. Excessive pushing throughout the field on that restart caused that incident there. So drivers will be re-racked into their starting positions, and the field will receive a rolled black flag warning for excessive pushing on the restart. Warning displayed to the field as the one of Liam Ballard leads us back around to green. Trevor Jones is going to look low underneath the back straight, down the back straightaway underneath Ballard. That opens up the door for a freight train. Spicola, Thulin, Bertrand, and Ellett all follow through. So Jones is your leader with Spicola super glued to the back bumper. Thulin, Bertrand, and Ellett all in tow. If any of these top drivers makes a move, whoever they get by is going to be fighting a freight train. There goes Spicola for the lead. Looks low down the front stretch. Jones now stuck to that outside freight train. Where can he work his way back in? Thulin gets by. He's now side by side with Bertrand. Bertrand clears. Side by side with Ellett. Ellett clears. Can Ballard clear? No, he cannot. So Jones from first to out of a transfer spot and just a lap as we go yellow. We come to a restart once more. Bristol Spicola is your leader. Madden Thulin restarts in second. Nora Bertrand restarts in third. Cohen Ellett on the bubble in fourth with Trevor Jones in fifth. Racing resumes. Top four broken away about a car length over Jones. There goes the six of Aiden Slidham. Slidham and Jones side by side. Slidham now on the outside looking in. Anthony Peace follows them on through. Slidham up to fifth. Peace up to sixth, but it's your top four that run nose to tail. Checked out by about 7 car lengths. Nora Bertrand now looking to move her way on up. Bertrand up into second. The 4 machine of Madden Thulin now falls back to third. Nora Bertrand has now caught your leader, Bristol Spicola. Both drivers in a transfer spot, but Bertrand wants the inside row in the A main. There goes Bertrand. She's your new leader. Bristol Spicola, he falls back to second. It's still Thulin in third. Fourth and final transfer spot now actually will belong to Aiden Slidham, however. Slidham looking to get off of that bubble, buys the insurance spot in third. Slidham runs third. Thulin in the final transfer spot with laps winding down. Lap traffic comes into play. Bertrand and Spicola clear by the 0 of Will Pope, as we will have a yellow. Trevor Jones goes for a spin out of 2. We come back to restart yet again. Nora Bertrand is your leader. Bristol Spicola is in second. Third is the 6 of Aiden Slidham. Madden Thulin sits on the bubble in fourth. Laps winding down. Green flag is in the air indicating 2 laps left to run. White flag this time by Nora Bertrand will lead the field down the backstretch and out of turn number 4. Give her the win. Spicola, Slidham, and Thulin transfer. Next out, we move on to our Light World Formula B main. Bristol Spicola is your pole sitter here in Light World. Isaac Garcia starts in second. Braden Eichler in third. Robinson Lee in fourth. Jasper Aspau in fifth. Weston Cudner sixth. Rue Reeves seventh. Edison Carter eighth. Taylor Henney in ninth. And G.W. Glass will start in 10th. Spicola and Garcia into turn number 3 we go, but we tangle them up on the start. Yellow's out. We'll double them up and try again. We have the field doubled up 5 rows deep as we will attempt our second initial start here. Bristol Spicola and Isaac Garcia once again lead the field into turn number 3, but we stack several cars up, one upside down. Red is out. This time it will be a single file attempt at the initial start. Bristol Spicola, Isaac Garcia, Braden Eichler, and Robinson Lee bring us back to green. Contact farther back in the pack. The 7 machine of Rue Reeves slows and comes to a stop. Yet another yellow out here in Light World. Bristol Spicola leads the field back to 1 to green. We go into turn number 3 and resume racing. Brandon Eichler makes a move for the second place position down the back straightaway. Move Eichler up, but that move will not stick. The lap was not completed as the 9 of Taylor Hennian goes around. Bristol Spicola leads the field back to the green flag once more. Braden Eichler once again on the restart immediately makes the move down the back straightaway underneath Isaac Garcia. This time able to hang on to the position. So Spicola leads, Eichler second, Garcia third, and the fourth and final transfer spot belongs to the 5 of Jasper Aspau. Allspow looks slow down the front straightaway underneath Garcia. Allspow now up into third. Garcia continuing to fall back. The 6 machine of Weston Cutner. The door opened up there for him as we will go yellow. The 0 of G.W. Glass comes to a stop in the middle of 3 and 4. Bristol Spicola leads Braden Eichler, Jasper Allspow, and Robinson Lee back to green. Immediate battle for that 4th and final transfer spot. Isaac Garcia clears by Robinson Lee. Rue Reeves looking to follow. Reeves now runs 5th, 1 spot on the outside looking in. Your top 3 all run nose to tail. That's Spicola, Eichler, and Allspow. Rue Reeves has gotten by the 2 machine of Isaac Garcia. Reeves now on the bubble in that 4th and final transfer spot, looking to run down your 3 leaders that continue to run nose to tail. There goes Eichler underneath Spicola. Jasper Allspow is going to get through as well. Spicola immediately hits the crossover move on Jasper, holds on to second. So it's Eichler, Spicola, Allspow, and then Reeves. And we have a yellow flag. The 5 of Jasper Allspow was in a transfer position, but goes around out of turn number 4. Braden Eichler leads the field back to green in our Light World Formula B main. Battle for fourth. There goes Weston Cudner. Cudner dives underneath Isaac Garcia. Cudner now on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot behind Eichler, Spicola, and Reeves, who run 1, 2, 3. Edison Carter and Taylor Hennigan are not out of this one yet either. They run 5th and 6th right on the back bumper of that bubble driver, Weston Cudner. Laps continuing to wind down here in Light World Formula. It is going to be 2 to go as we cross the stripe here. Does Edison Carter have anything for Weston Cudner? White flag. Carter running out of time to make the move. Carter makes a little bit of contact with Cudner down the back straightaway. Not able to get there. Give the win to Eichler. Spicola, Reeves, Cudner will transfer. On the track now, we have moved on to our Heavy World Formula division. Here is how it'll line up. Colt Collette is your pole sitter. Liam Ballard starts in second. Aiden Slidham in third. Madden Thulin in fourth. Peyton Geitenauer in fifth. Keenan Brown will line up in sixth. Easton Loomis in seventh. Anthony Peace in eighth. Braden Frack ninth. And Leighton Rose lines up in 10th. A 1 to green displayed. Your front row is Colt Collette and Liam Ballard. They lead the field into turn number 3. We will go racing. 3 wide off the bat by the 7 machine of Easton Loomis. Able to make it work. Loomis from 7th to 3rd in just a lap. Great start by Loomis, but a yellow after just 1 lap has been completed for the 5 of Peyton Geitenauer. The 5 of Geitenauer through a chain, it looks like. So we'll bring it into the Hoosier Hot Shoot. Once again, an all-national competition on the NASCAR U Series presented by Cookout. Drivers receive 3 work laps in the Hoosier Hot Shoot after a lineup has been completed when they have legitimate damage in a yellow flag period. Lined up for a restart there. Excessive pushing throughout the field led to Madden Thulin getting spun around down the backstretch. Drivers will be re-racked and the field will be assessed a warning for excessive pushing. This time we get a much better look at the start. Green is out. Easton Loomis immediately going to make a move down the back straightaway underneath Madden Thulin. Loomis up into third. Thulin falls back to fifth, but we have a yellow car around. That is, it looks like the 9 of Braden Frack, who's around high atop turn 2. One to green once again. Colt Collette is still your leader. Aiden Slynham still runs in second. Third, Easton Loomis. Madden Thulin on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot, but contact farther back. Yellow right back out. Collette, Slydom, Loomis, and Thulin will once again lead the field back to a restart attempt. There goes the 2 machine of Liam Ballard. Ballard going to try to make the move for the final transfer spot on the restart. Clears by Madden Thulin, so it's now Ballard in fourth, Thulin back in fifth. Top 3 have broken away from the rest of the pack. It's Colt Collette up front, Aiden Slydom in second, Easton Loomis in third. The 2 machine of Liam Ballard has run and caught the back of the top 3 as well. So now all of your transfer drivers sit with about a half a straightaway advantage over Madden Thulin on the first spot on the outside, looking in fifth. Laps continue to wind down. As always, your top 4 are the drivers in your transfer spots. So it's Collette, Slydom, Loomis, and Ballard. Easton Loomis looks low down the back straightaway, gets by the 3 of Aiden Slydom. Liam Ballard able to follow through, but Slydom gets back in line in the 4th and final transfer spot. Up front, there goes the 7 of Easton Loomis to the lead. Loomis is your leader. Collette runs in second. Third is Ballard. Fourth is Slidham. These 4 drivers all have a comfortable transfer spot to the A main. Just need to hold on one more lap, and they do. Give the win to Loomis. Collette, Ballard, Slidham, transfer as well. We continue on with our B mains with Junior Animal. Hunter Morante, Lucas Coulter, Joshua Gadosi, Abel McKnight, Grayson Foster, Quinn Coleman, Brody Sullivan, Grayson Crane, Tucker Bertrand, and Justin Robles is your starting order. One to green displayed, front row Morente. And Coulter lead us to another failed attempt at a restart. We go yellow. We will double them up again, try it over once more. Want to keep these drivers nice and slow, side by side, until we get to that cone in turn 3. We're unable to do so on that last attempt. This start looks way better into turn number 3. We will get a green. 3 wide into turn number 1's not gonna work. Several cars around, yellow's out. Green flag is back out. Hunter Morente is your leader on the restart. Immediately we have a battle for third. Grayson Foster and Abel McKnight started to battle, but behind we have a yellow. Brody Sullivan is around. One to green. We will try yet again to get some laps in. Hunter Morante is your leader. Lucas Coulter restarts in second, Abel McKnight in third, Grayson Foster in fourth. Foster once again tries to make a move on McKnight on the restart, not able to get it done this time. Stays in line in fourth. Foster still peeking underneath McKnight down the front straightaway. Foster trying to buy himself that insurance spot. Up into third is Grayson Foster. Meanwhile, your two leaders run nose to tail. It's Morante and Lucas Coulter. Coulter underneath Morante, gets by Morante way high, but able to keep it rolling. So Coulter is your leader. The one of Hunter Morante falls back to second. Third is the 4 of Abel McKnight. Grayson Foster still, as things stand for now, holds on to that fourth and final transfer position. Lucas Coulter leads the field back around to yet another restart attempt. Green is out. It's Coulter, Morante, McKnight, and Foster, your top 4. Your transfer drivers on the outside looking in is the 8 machine of Grayson Crane. The 4 of Abel McKnight has been able to get by Morente. That opens up the door for Foster. Crane follows through, as does Sullivan. Sullivan now under Foster. Move. The 7 of Brody Sullivan into the final transfer spot. Great move by him. Lucas Coulter up front continues to pull away, a big advantage for Coulter. Meanwhile, Sullivan has gotten by Crane for third. So Coulter in the 2 is your leader. The 4 of McKnight runs in second. The 7 of Sullivan runs in third. The 8 of Crane on the bubble in the fourth and final transfer spot with no pressure behind. White flag is out one more time around for Lucas Coulter. Coulter will pick up the win here in Junior Animal B main. McKnight, Sullivan, and Crane will transfer through. Up now, it is our B main for senior animal. Braden Eichler, Logan McNally, Weston Cudner, Charlie Lazar, Bryce Kerner, Kelby Island, Jasper Alsfeld, Jake Mullen, Logan Thibault, and Isaac Garcia is how we line them up. Once again today, the inside row is able to keep it nose to tail. All of that outside row except for the 2 of Logan McNally gets shuffled. So your early leader is the pole sitter, Eichler. McNally did a great job to jump in line in second. Cudner runs in third, and then Bryce Corner runs on the bubble in fourth. Corner feels a ton of pressure from Logan Thibault on the back bumper. That is the battle for the final transfer spot that's continuing to heat up. Your leader, Braden Eichler, has caught lap traffic. Up first will be the 4 machine of Charlie Lazar. Eichler has McNally glued to the back bumper. Eichler hit the wall down the back straightaway. That opened up the door for McNally and Cudner. Eichler from first back to third after that mistake. Lucky it wasn't worse for Eichler. He's lucky that chain stayed on. Bryce Corner currently runs in the 4th and final transfer spot in the 5 machine. Corner has the 6 of Kelby Island all over the back bumper. There goes Island. Island now sits on the bubble in 4th. Up front, the 2 of Logan McNally. Your leader has struggled to get through lap traffic, but for now, he is content just to sit and watch behind the back bumper of Charlie Lazar. McNally finally makes the move to put Lazar, the first car, a lap down. McNally, your leader still. Eichler in second, Cudner in third. Final transfer spot belongs to Island. Green flag is out. 2 laps left to run. McNally crosses the stripe here to take the white flag. Will ride behind the lap car. McNally picks up the win. Eichler, Cudner, Island, transfer. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Please ensure that you stay off of the drag strip and out of the drag strip area, grandstands, etc. Please stay off of the drag strip and out of the drag strip, grandstand, and area. Back to on-track action. It's Heavy 160. Bristol Spicola and Keenan Brown are your front row that lead us to green. Great job by Keenan Brown from that two-hole, able to jump in line in fourth. Brown holds that final transfer position early. Up front is Bristol Spicola. Spicola is followed by Keegan Stratton in second, Madden Thulin in third, and Keenan Brown in fourth. Thulin's going to make the move underneath Stratton. Brown able to follow him through. Yes, he is. That's going to open up the door for the 7 machine a piece, or so I thought. But Stratton hits the crossover on Brown, so Brown retains fourth for now. Your 2 leaders, Bristol Spicola in first. West has about a half a straightaway advantage over Madden Thulin. Then Thulin about a quarter straightaway. Back to the battle between Brown and Stratton. Once again there, Brown tried to get by Stratton but failed to keep him pinned. Stratton was able to hit the crossover move. Brown looked vulnerable to the freight train, but did not matter. The yellow came out for the 4 of Peyton Burnham going around. Will be 1 to green when we cross the stripe here. Bristol Spicola is your leader. Madden Thulin restarts in second. Keegan Stratton in third. Keenan Brown in fourth. It's Anthony Peace and Adam Slayton fifth and sixth on the outside looking in. Keegan Stratton's going to look to try to improve his position underneath Thulin. Stratton and Thulin make contact. Peace nowhere to go. That is the Ada Brewer, nowhere to go. Makes contact with those 2. We are yellow. Back to green flag racing. Bristol Spicola, Keenan Brown, Anthony Peace, and Aiden Slidham is how we line up the top 4. Madden Thulin and Keegan Stratton are going to have to work their way back through the field, but Stratton is around out of turn number 2. 1 to green displayed once again. Bristol Spicola, Keenan Brown, Anthony Peace, and Aiden Slidham, your top 4. Keenan Brown is all over the back bumper of your leader, Bristol Spicola. Both of those drivers in a transfer spot. It's Spicola, Brown, Peace, Slidham, your top 4. Your top 4 have about a 4 or 5 car length cushion. There goes Keenan Brown. Brown looks low underneath Spicola for the lead down the front straightaway. Spicola slides back in line in second. Brown's your new leader. Spicola second. Peace third. Slidham fourth. Keenan Brown starting to run away from Bristol Spicola. Spicola now has Peace and Slidham on the back bumper. Slidham looking to buy that insurance spot over Anthony Peace. Slidham now up into third. Peace falls back to fourth. Peace now has pressure from Peyton Burnham for that final transfer spot. Burnham continues all over the back bumper of the 7 of Anthony Peace. Laps quickly winding down. 2 laps left to go. There goes Burnham with the move for fourth. Slidham gets by Spicola for second. Burnham and Peace battling for the final transfer spot. They make contact. Burnham slows, yellows out. The lap in which Aiden Slidham made the pass on Bristol Spicola was not fully completed. So Spicola will restart in second, Slidham in third, Thulin in fourth. On the outside, looking in, Braden Frack in fifth, followed by Colt Collette in sixth. Green is back out. White flag as we cross the stripe here. Top 4 gonna be able to make it through. Checkers out. This one's over. Give the win to Brown. Spicola will take second, followed by Slidham and Thulin. Three B mains left to run today. It'll be Light 160 up next. Robinson Lee is your pole sitter here for the Light 160 B main. Logan Thibault will start in second. Kelby Island starts in third. Charlie Lazur starts in fourth. Jasper Alspow starts in fifth. Lucas Stiles in sixth. Rue Reeves in seventh. Henry Albright eighth. Cole Jaron ninth. And Elliot Troiano will start in 10th. Front row into turn number 3 will not get a good start. Will be a warning for the 2 of Logan Thibault for jumping that initial start. It is the 1 machine on the inside row that is supposed to set the pace. So Thibault receives a warning. It is a much better looking attempt there. Green flag is out. 4 wider. We tried 4 wide into turn number 1. Rue Reeves stuck it in there for a 4 wide look. That did not work, and we stack them up. One to green displayed. We will try it again into turn number 3. We go green. 3 wide off the start again. This time it is the 5 machine of Jasper Alspaugh that makes us 3 wide, and he ends up on his lid. Red's out. Green flag racing has resumed here in our Light 160 B main. Robinson Lee and Kelby Island have jumped out to an early gap. Your top 2. Then it's a couple of car lengths back to Charlie Lazor in 3rd. On the bubble in the 4th and final transfer spot is the 2 of Logan Thibault. Thibault has about a 5-6 car length gap back to Lucas Stiles and Rue Reeves, 5th and 6th. There goes Mr. Rue Reeves, slow down the back straightaway. Clears by Stiles. Reeves now one spot out of looking in of the A main. Contact between the 9 of Cole Jarre and the 5 of Jasper Alspow brings out the yellow. One to green here, light 160. Kelby Island, Robinson Lee, Charlie Lazore, and Logan Thibault still your transfers. Rue Reeves, though, is going to look to try and get into that final transfer spot low under Thibault. Second and third, Lazore and Lee came together. That opens up a huge window for the rest of the pack. So Island is your leader. Reeves runs second. Albright runs third. And Lucas Stiles now runs on the bubble in fourth. Elliot Troiano right on the back bumper of Lucas Stiles. That's the battle for the fourth and final transfer spot. Troiano looks slow down the front straightaway. That's going to open up the door for the 9 machine of Cole Jarre to follow. Troiano on the bubble in fourth. Jarre was in fifth, but not for long. Jarre's around out of 2. Laps continuing to wind down here as we go back to green. Kelby Island is your leader. Rue Reeves runs in second. Henry Albright in third. Elliot Troiano holds on to that fourth and final transfer spot. Reeves peaks low down the back straightaway. Thought better of it. Decided to stay in line. But it is Island, Reeves, Albright, and Troiano. Contact back in the pack. 3 cars stack it up high. That is the one of Robinson Lee, the 2 of Logan Thibault. Not sure the third car involved in that. The 9 of Cole Jaron sits in the Hoosier hot chute working on the chain of the Jaron machine. Work laps have begun. 2 work laps left for Jaron as we cross the stripe here. One to green once again. Kelby Island has led the majority of this one. Will lead to yet another restart. It's still Island, Reeves, Albright, and Troiano. Your top 4. Up front, your top 2 have broken away from the rest of the pack. It's about a 10-car length gap from Reeves back to the 8 machine of Henry Albright. And we will go yellow. It looks like the 9 of Jaron through the chain once again. So we will have to go yellow once more for Jaron. One, 2 green. It is Island, Reeves, Albright, and Troiano. Still your top 4. Green flag in the air this time by indicates 2 laps left to run. Does the 5 of Jasper Alsval have anything for the 0 of Elliot Troiano? Alspal's going to get one more good look down the back straightaway. Not able to get there. Give the win to Island. Reeves, Albright, Troiano. Transfer. Up next, we are on to our unrestricted animal, B main. Nora Bertrand is your pole sitter. Keenan Brown will start in second. Easton Loomis in third. Easton Gardner in fourth. Keegan Stratton fifth. Anthony Peace sixth. Braden Frack seventh. Colt Collette starts in eighth. Blaine Withers in ninth. And Grayson Singleton will start in 10th. Bertrand and Brown lead the field into turn number 3, but we stack them up on the start attempt. Yellow is out. Nora Bertrand and Keenan Brown lead the field into turn number 3. We go green 3 wide into turn number 1. Keegan Stratton, Easton Gardner run side by side and come together down the front stretch for a yellow. Green flag back out in the air here, an unrestricted animal. Nora Bertrand is your leader. Keenan Brown runs in second, but not for long as Easton Loomis makes the move down the back straightaway. So Loomis clears Brown. Loomis runs second. Brown runs third. Anthony Peace currently runs in fourth. And we have a yellow. That's going to be for the 4 of Easton Gardner, who goes around. Work laps now begin for the 4 of Easton Gardner in the Hoosier Hot Chute. Gardner appears to be having some issues with the engine on his machine in this one. We will take 1 to green yet again. It is still Nora Bertrand, Easton Loomis, Keenan Brown, and Anthony Peace, your top 4. There goes the 3 machine of Loomis. Loomis clears by Nora Bertrand. Loomis, your new leader. Bertrand falls back to second. Pressure ramping up for the final transfer spot. There goes the 9 machine up Lane Withers. Withers runs side by side with Anthony Peace. Peace hit Withers with the crossover move. They've run side by side for 2 or 3 laps now. The 7 of Braden Frack getting involved as well, but Frack not able to get by. So great job by Peace to hold off both Frack and Withers for 4th. Yellow is out. The 7 of Frack, the 8 of Collette come together out of turn number 4. One, 2 green. Battle for the transfer spot is between the 6 of Anthony Peace and the 9 of Blaine Withers. Contact farther back in the pack leads to the 0 of Grayson Singleton, the 5 of Keegan Stratton. They are tangled together down the front stretch. That brings out yet another yellow here. One, two, green. Right as that yellow came out, the 9 of Blaine Withers had tried to make a move on Anthony Peace for the 4th and final transfer spot. He's going to have to try to do it again as the yellow came out just at the wrong time. And there he goes. Withers side by side down the back straightaway. And yet again, just as Withers makes a move, a car behind him goes around, brings out the yellow. This time it's Colt Collette. Yet again, we will try to restart this one. Let's see if for the 3rd time Blaine Withers can try to make a move on Anthony Peace. Withers wastes no time this time, makes the move down the back straightaway, and once again the lap doesn't get completed. We come to yet another restart. Once again, Blaine Withers is going to try to get by Anthony Peace for the 4th and final transfer spot. Pulls low down the back straightaway, brings Keegan Stratton with him. The lap is completed this time. So move Withers into the final transfer spot. Peace and Stratton fighting behind him for 5th is exactly what he wants to see. It'll allow that gap to start to extend. Several cars come together down the front stretch. Yellow right back out. We have 5 cars stacked up. Work laps now begin in the Hoosier Hot Chute. There will be 5 laps left to race when we go back green here in unrestricted animal. Your leader is still Easton Loomis. Nora Bertrand runs in second. Keenan Brown in third. Fourth and final transfer spot. He tried for it for several laps. Blaine Withers now has it on the outside looking in. It's Grayson Singleton. Green flag is out. It'll be 2 laps left to run as we cross the stripe here. The 9 of Blaine Withers tried to buy the insurance spot underneath Keenan Brown. Brown was the victim of a freight train by Grayson Singleton. Brown back into 5th up front. Give the win to Easton Loomis. 2nd goes to Bertrand. 3rd to Withers. 4th to Singleton with that great pass with just a couple of laps to run. Junior 160 B main on track, our final race of the day. Braden Kren is your pole sitter. Grayson Foster starts in 2nd. Brighton Hazelwood in 3rd. Elliot Murray starts in 4th. Coco Halpane in 5th. Kelton Jaron 6th. Dax Terrell in 7th. Joshua Godosi, Tucker Bertrand, and Justin Robles round out the field. Into turn number 3 we go. We are racing. Green flag 4 wide into turn number 1, and that is not gonna work. We are yellow. That is a black flag for the 5 of Coco Halpane when all 4 tires underneath that turtle, that final turtle exiting turn number 2 and failed to stop before getting to the next corner. Unfortunately, by rule, that is a automatic disqualification. That is a lucky break for the X of Aubrey Warner. A lap was not complete before that violation on the inside line. So that will allow the X of Aubrey Warner to be guaranteed to be able to make the start in this one. Some more bad luck on track. Justin Robles has thrown a chain. He'll have to head into the Hoosier Hot Chute. Won the green. Braden Kren is your leader. Grayson Foster restarts in second. Brighton Hazelwood and Kelton Jaron round out the top four. Immediately the battle for fourth. There goes Dax Terrell. Terrell looked underneath Jaron, but we had a little bit of chaos up ahead. We resume green flag racing. It is Braden Kren, followed by Kelton Jaron, Dax Terrell, and Joshua Gadosi. Those are your four transfer drivers. Tucker Bertrand in that neon number 9 car on the outside looking in fifth. Bertrand now feels pressure from the 4 of Elliott Murray. Murray clears by Bertrand. Murray now runs in 5th. Bertrand back to 6th. Second place battle heating up. The 7 of Dax Terrell is able to get by Kelton Jaron. So your leader is Kren, followed by Terrell, followed by Jaron, followed by Elliott Murray on the bubble in the 4th and final transfer spot. And we have a yellow. Aubrey Warner goes around on her own out of turn number 2. One to green as we cross the stripe. Braden Kren, Dax Terrell, Kelton Jaron, and Elliott Murray are your 4 drivers in transfer spots. We go back to green flag racing. Not for long, though. That's going to be a line violation on the 9 of Tucker Bertrand. As we come to restart, Kelton Jaron still runs in 3rd. Elliott Murray still runs in 4th. On the outside looking in is the 8 of Joshua Godosi. But contact as we were pushing through the field on the restart leads to Godosi around, yellows out. One to green, whole field given a warning for excessive pushing on the restarts. Into turn number 3 we go. This start looks a lot better. Green is out once more. And we have a car loose down the back stretch. That is the 8 of Joshua Godosi. Went around. Brings out yet another yellow. Field has been warned for excessive pushing yet again. We go 1 to green. Not going to make it happen. Yellow is out. Still struggling with excessive pushing on the restarts. Green flag is in the air. Battle for the 3rd position. The 4 of Elliott Murray going to try to buy that insurance spot. Gets by Kelton Jaron. So it's now Murray in 3rd. Jaron in 4th. Top 4 your transfer drivers. feel no pressure for their transfer positions. Green flag will wave next time by, but this one will have to go through at least one more restart. The 8 of Godosi around down the backstretch. Braden Kren, Dax Terrell, Elliott Murray, and Colton Jaron lead the field, pushing into turn number 1 for a restart. Yellow is out. One to green, yet another warning displayed. Kren, Terrell, Murray, and Jaron, your top 4. Jaron's going to look low underneath Murray down the back straightaway. Is that going to open up the door for Brighton Hazelwood? No, but as Murray hits the crossover move, it still does not. Green flag in the air 2 more times around. We come around, white flag this time by Braden Kren, followed by Dax Terrell, followed by Elliott Murray, followed by Kelton Jaron is going to be your transfers. Checkered is out. This one's over. That will conclude our racing for today. We will continue with our A main events tomorrow morning. They will be live on Flow Racing. For those of you watching at home, please check Telegram for the start time for tomorrow.